Relacionamento sem crush nem ficante.
Quem nasceu pra ser fiel
nunca vai ser amante.
Todo mundo faz do empurra a tropa do bom de cama. Todo mundo faz do empurra do bom de cama.
Quem nasceu pra ser fiel nunca vai ser amante. Relacionamento sem crush nem ficante.
Quem nasceu pra ser fiel
nunca vai ser amante.
Untoz Sports is sponsored by Temu. Shop like a billionaire. Use our code to get 100 euros in coupons.
Here the game never stops. From the locker room to the pitch, from tactics to epic moments, everything that happens in football is here. Untoz Sports. Live the game. Subscribe now and get in the game.
I like it, it's mine. The prices blow my mind. I feel so rich, I feel like a billionaire. I'm shopping like a billionaire. I'm shopping like a billionaire. Let's go. I'm shopping like a billionaire. I get it straight from the makers. I'm shopping like a billionaire.
Use our code to receive 100 euros coupons and free gifts.
Life, like the beautiful game, is a series of first time. From my first pair of boots to my first goal. Crypto is a change in the game and it's time to get on board. After all, it's a first time for everything.
Feels like a dream, feels like magic. Now I believe I can have it. Ooh, ooh, Tamu. Ooh, ooh, Tamu. All of my wishes came true. Shop like a billionaire. Shop like a billionaire. Ooh, ooh, Tamu.
Use our code to receive 100 euros coupons and free gifts.
Untoz Sports is sponsored by Temu. Shop like a billionaire. Use our code to get 100 euros in coupons.
Dream feels like magic.
Welcome to our audio commentary coverage. This broadcast is not an official product of this competition.
He drew a blank in a goalless draw against Crystal Palace. There's been some pre-match drama as well. Cole Palmer pulling out of the Chelsea team in the warm-up appeared to be helped off with a niggle. So having been named in the number 10 position in the Chelsea lineup, Estevao will come in to replace him instead. We just run through the teams then. West Ham have made just one change from the side that was beaten 3-0 at Sunderland on the opening day. Thomas Souček comes in for Guido Rodriguez in the middle of midfield. So Mads Hermansen continues in goal, his home debut following his move from Leicester in the summer. Nørgaard, Max Kilman and Jean-Claire Todibo are the back three. Aaron Wan-Bissaka is the right wing back with El Hadji Diouf, another summer recruit, on the left. Souček plays in the middle midfield with James Ward-Prowse, and Lucas Paqueta is behind Nick Fulkrug and Jared Bowen. A few changes for Chelsea. That most notable one, of course, Cole Palmer, the late dropout. Robert Sanchez continues in goal. Mark Gusto comes in for Reece James at right back. Mark Cucurella continues at left back with Chera Chalobah alongside Tosin Adarabioyo at centre half. Tosin comes in following injury in place of Josh Achempong. Enzo Fernandez and Moises Caicedo are the two holding midfielders. And now Estevao, João Pedro and Pedro Neto will play behind Liam Delap, who comes in for his first Chelsea start since his reported £30 million move from Ipswich. Jamie Gittins drops to the bench. On the bench for West Ham, Kyle Walker-Peters and Callum Wilson, their two free transfer signings of the summer, alongside Konstantinos Mavropanos, Alfonso Areola, the backup goalkeeper, Guido Rodriguez, who drops out from the starting lineup, Ollie Scars, Freddie Potts, Andy Irving and Callum Marshall. On the bench for Chelsea, Jamie Gittins, Philip Jorgensen, Dario Asugo, Andre Santos, Jorel Hato, Reece James, Wesley Fofana and Josh Achempong. The officials for this game, the referee is Michael Oliver, his assistant Stuart Burt and James Mannering, the fourth official Simon Hooper, VAR is Jared Gillett and the VAR assistant is Tim Robinson. So it's the first game of the season at the London Stadium. Graham Potter going up against his former club, and Enzo Maresca the same. Maresca was part of the backroom staff when Manuel Pellegrini was in charge of the Hammers. Captain Jared Bowen, the top goal scorer last season, partnered alongside Nick Fulkrug, the German, who had a disjointed first season at West Ham. It's fair to say he's only played 8 times at the London Stadium, scoring just 1 goal. That came in the 2-2 draw against Bournemouth back in April. He'll be keen to get off the mark for the season. Some question marks being asked of West Ham. They've perhaps not been able to rebuild in the summer as they might have anticipated. And the opening day defeat to the newly promoted Sunderland side has only perhaps heightened the worry around West Ham. Delap scored against West Ham for Ipswich last season and he will lead the line, but all the pre-match talk, or all the build-up now to kick off about Cole Palmer sat on the bench in his training kit with a black puffer jacket on and his hood up, very disappointed to be missing out on the match. It's Chelsea that's going to get us underway. They're playing all in black against West Ham in their traditional claret and blue, and immediately Sanchez goes long towards Delap, who gets up well and wins the first header of the match. and forces a go into a clearance. And the ball pops up for Gusto as Chelsea have the ball in the final third. It might settle for João Pedro, but that's well snuffed out by Ward-Prowse. And
Bowen dropping really deep will carry the ball away for West Ham down the right hand side. Cucurella sees him out for a throw in. And now tossing at the back with his first touch of the ball, plays it across to Chalobah. Potter managed just 31 games as Chelsea boss. Win percentage of 39%, which far exceeds his win percentage at West Ham. He's only managed to win 5 of his first 20 matches in charge, and already, as I say, questions being asked, not being able to rebuild the squad as perhaps he might have promised. And the derby, perhaps not what it is. Cucurella just slices his ball forward into touch. Both Maresca and Potter at the edge of their technical area straight away, and Cole Palmer, I think the TV cameras are going to be fixed on him for the entirety of the match. The England international, who of course was named the best player in the Club World Cup recently, on the sidelines for Chelsea as Gusto jumps onto a loose ball in midfield, but there was a pull back that prevented Souček from getting to him, so it's a free kick to West Ham in the centre circle. Chelsea were very much in the tight race the first half of last season, just fell away after Christmas a little bit, but still a encouraging first campaign for Enzo Maresca. As Paqueta holds the ball up nicely and plays it out left to Juve. Now Fulkrug coming deep, holds the ball up and then sprays it to the right to Wan-Bissaka, but that's going to skid off the surface and go out for a throw. And it was nice vision from Fulkrug, but the ball just too in advance of the former Manchester United man. So with no Cole Palmer, it's Estevao who comes in. He looked lively off the bench against Crystal Palace. Direct running down the right hand side, cutting in onto his left foot, and he started the match on the right hand side for Chelsea, signed from Palmeiras of Brazil, proudly donning their World Champions, FIFA World Champions badge on the kit Chelsea this season. Tosin plays it across to Chalobah at the back for Chelsea. Good pressure on Chalobah. Leading from the front was Paqueta there, and it means that Chelsea have coughed the ball up and Paqueta finds Fulkrug. He's not got much to his left, so he just has to settle on the ball, and that enables Pedro to get back at him. And Todibo, a little bit scruffy, forces him out wide. He goes back to Mads Hermansen, the Dane, signed from Leicester for £20 million. Relegated, of course, from the Premier League last season. His ball to the centre circle. Paqueta loses out in the air, but that's a good commanding header by Max Kilman. It falls for Souček. Now Ward-Prowse. Paqueta tried to flick it round the corner for Souček. Just got a bit too much on it, but it's a hurried clearance from Gusto. Goes out for a West Ham throwing on the halfway line. Chalobah keeps the ball away from Bowen and plays it back to Sanchez. He passes out to Caicedo, wearing the captain's armband for Chelsea. He's been forced back into a corner. Fulkrug's definitely started the game with a little bit of gusto. And now Ward-Prowse has it. Paqueta. He's got Souček to his left. He holds off Caicedo, then comes out to the right to Wan-Bissaka. There's no one in the middle though for West Ham, and Bowen's straight offside. And be disappointed with that, will Jared Bowen, because West Ham had got the ball in a good position in the final third there, and they had men up there. They just didn't have anyone in the middle of the box, which forced Wan-Bissaka just to keep the ball out wide.
5 minutes on the clock. West Ham 0, Chelsea 0. Friday night football. Chalobah to Estevao. His first touch was tried a clever flick, but he's given possession away. And West Ham will drive forward with Paqueta. He has a shot from range. Oh, what a goal! And Lucas Paqueta has opened the scoring with the first shot of the match. Estevao's flick, perhaps a bit ill-timed, and Paqueta drove forward and unleashed a left-foot drive from 25 yards, and it sails past Robert Sanchez. And what a start for Graham Potter's side. It's West Ham 1, Chelsea 0. And maybe a little sign of inexperience from Estevao. He was just tried a little flick, a back flick under pressure from Aguirre, but Paqueta was afforded space and unleashes a swerving shot that sails past Sanchez. And a dream start for the Hammers. Their first goal of the season. And it was worth waiting for. Just seemed to wrong foot Sanchez. Went right across him. Well, Chelsea will have to come out. They'll have to find their first goal of the season now, Chelsea, if they're going to get anything out of this game. You have to go back to 1995. Some 30 years for the last time Chelsea drew a blank in their opening 2 league games, so it'd be a rare failure on their part. They had goalless draws against Everton and Nottingham Forest that year. There's Enzo Fernandez trying to play the ball forward as Chelsea try and find immediate response. It's an unorthodox clearance by Diouf, but it does a job. The only challenge for West Ham here, there's a stoppage as there's an injury. It doesn't look in a good way here. However, there's blood coming from Fulkrug. Oh, he looks in a bit of pain. And the treatment will come on. Yeah, the only challenge for West Ham is that they don't go too deep and try and protect this lead. Just try and see how Fulkrug got that injury. Went up with João Pedro. Oh, he's landed. Oh no, I thought it looked like he maybe landed awkwardly on his left ankle, but he appears to be suggesting there was an elbow from João Pedro. Don't think there was anything in it, to be honest, just a challenge for the ball. But great start for the Hammers. They lead 1-0. Lucas Paqueta with the goal. And some goal it was as well. 25-yarder. You're not missing anything. Just a stoppage for Fulkrug to receive treatment. We've had 9 minutes. A dream start for West Ham at the London Stadium. They didn't have the best of times at home in their in the London derbies last season, only winning once, and that was against Fulham. Fulkrug is now being helped off to the sideline. I don't think he's too happy that the referee hasn't had a word with João Pedro. No free kick has been given. Fulkrug drinks out of a branded plastic water bottle, West Ham branded plastic water bottle. I wonder if they sell them in the club shop. As Saicedo gets things back underway, finds Cucurella, and already signs that maybe West Ham's sitting in quite deep, trying to contain Chelsea, who like to monopolise the ball. In fact, nobody passed it more than Chelsea on the opening match day. Only Man City exactly the same, 510 passes. And maybe West Ham will be quite happy to see them pass it around in front of them as Kilman wins a good header as Chelsea lobbed it into the box. Estevao keeps it alive. Comes out to the right to Gusto. He plays it back to Chalobah. Nice dugout cross towards the back post towards Neto, but flicked away by Wan-Bissaka. Cucurella happy to let it run out for a throw-in. He's asking the referee. There was a little bit of a collision in the box, and it was almost as if Cucurella held up the throw-in as if to say to the referee, you're going to check that on the video, but there was nothing in it. As Chalobah comes down the right-hand side, finds Gusto. Chelsea monopolising possession a little bit now, having taken that, or having fell behind early doors. El Hadji Diouf credited with the assist for those that like to keep track of those things. So we've had a goal with the only shot of the match so far, and it's gone in West Ham's favour. Here's Neto on the left-hand side, but at the moment, West Ham every man behind the ball, and Chelsea just passing it along the back in front of them. It's going to be a long night, really, for someone's flicked header. Might fall for Delap in the box. Good covering header from Todibo. Diouf will clear. There's a Chelsea man down. I think it was Pedro asking questions of the referee in the box, but there was nothing doing in that. But Chelsea are going to have to stay patient to break West Ham down, but West Ham are going to have to stay disciplined. There was a collision between Pedro and Max Kilman in the box. There's hands from Kilman on Pedro. Pedro, I don't think fully had his balance. He was looking over his head for the ball, and I think VAR had a look at it, but there's nothing given. And plays back underway. Neto has it on the left-hand side. He's got Wan-Bissaka one-on-one, shown the outside, plays it off the heels of Wan-Bissaka. Pedro recovers possession for Chelsea. It's back in Neto's possession. He's 10 yards in from the left touchline. Plays it across to Chalobah, the two Chelsea centre-halves, the deepest players, and they're only 35 yards from the Chelsea goal at the moment. Perhaps evidence of how much Chelsea have got West Ham squeezed back here, or how much West Ham are allowing them on. As Neto's cross to the back post. Oh, it was going to fall for Estevao at the back post, but for the intervention of Diouf, who heads it out for the first corner of the game. Neto dummied with his left foot, crossed with his right, and Estevao was unmarked. It would have fallen onto his left foot at the back post, but for Diouf's header. And he gets the applause of his goalkeeper. Chelsea have the first corner then of the evening. Neto over to take the toss in, and Chalobah up from the back. In it comes, it's flicked on by Cucurella, and it's in. And it's João Pedro who equalises for Chelsea. Cucurella got the front post flick on. And it was straightforward for Pedro to just nod home from inside the goal mouth. And Chelsea have only been behind for 8 minutes. West Ham 1, Chelsea 1. In-swinging corner from Neto for Cucurella, who had originally gone short, and he won the flick on ahead of Paqueta, and then Pedro got up above Fulkrug, having shrugged off Wan-Bissaka. Heads into the centre of the goal. Chelsea are off the mark in terms of goals this season. João Pedro. The scorer, his first goal, of course, since arriving from Brighton. His first Premier League goal. He did, of course, score in the Club World Cup in the final against Paris Saint-Germain. And Enzo Maresca did promise that both Pedro and Liam Delap would score for Chelsea. Well, half of them have managed it so far. Free kick for West Ham. Comes in towards the back for Souček. Pedro helps clear the ball out, but West Ham recycle things with Todibo. Passes back out to Paqueta. Paqueta onto his right foot, slides it down the line for Todibo. Might have been offside Todibo, but he pulls it back, and it's fired goalwards. It's blocked, it comes out again, and West Ham have scored again. And it's Fulkrug. A left foot shot. I'm sure this might be checked by VAR. The pullback from Todibo was hit goalwards and blocked. It came back out to Fulkrug. And his left foot shot beat Sanchez. And it's goals galore here in the opening quarter of this match. West Ham 2, Chelsea 1. We'll wait to see if there'll be a check. Todibo, I thought, might have strayed offside when he received the pass on the right. A number of Chelsea players are up in the vicinity of Michael Oliver to ask the question. And yes, looking at the initial replay, Paqueta's pass looks like Todibo's just strayed offside, which is a shame for West Ham because it's a good tidy finish from Fulkrug through bodies. But I'm fairly sure that this will be chalked off and Fulkrug will be denied his first goal of the season and only his second at the London Stadium. Yeah, Todibo's left foot clearly beyond Marc Cucurella off Paqueta's pass. And West Ham's joy is going to be short-lived here. But they'll at least take some encouragement that they were able to open Chelsea up and find the back of the net. And Michael Oliver now confirms that that goal has been chalked off. So it's West Ham 1, Chelsea 1. Just not even a whole foot offside to Todibo. But the correct decision. And a let off for Chelsea. Shame for Fulkrug because he started the game full of energy. Joined West Ham last summer from Borussia Dortmund. Only scored 3 league goals. Now Chelsea come forward and Estevao has the ball on the right side of the penalty area. His pullback might have got through to Enzo Fernandez. It was well blocked by Ward-Prowse in the end, which snuffed out the opportunity. Hermansen has possession of the ball. He decides to drop it at his feet. Ball forward, headed away by Tosin. That's going to go behind for a corner for West Ham. Their first of the evening. And I would think that the West Ham fans will be a little bit more encouraged than what they saw against Sunderland, albeit it was goalless at half-time. In that match, 20 minutes we've just ticked over. West Ham 1, Chelsea 1. As Ward-Prowse goes over to take an in-swinger with his right foot. Souček is in the box. It's a deep ball towards Souček. Fulkrug gets up, heads over the crossbar. I think the referee may have penalised Fulkrug for a push, or maybe Kilman had a handful of a shirt. In fact, it was Kilman who got the header in the end, ahead of Fulkrug. As Chelsea come across the halfway line with Cucurella, tries to slide it down the left-hand side for Neto, but it's well covered by Wan-Bissaka. He goes back to Hermansen. Hermansen tries to hurry it out to Juve, but ties his left back out up in knots, and the ball goes out for a throw-in. Now Paqueta holds off Estevao, finds Fulkrug, who holds the ball up, but he's dispossessed by Fernandez on Enzo on the edge of the centre circle. Now Estevao plays out left to Neto. Neto shapes across left-footed, clips it in. There's no one there. Estevao would come across to the other side. It goes all the way through to Diouf. Oh, Paqueta, though, with a heavy touch, has given Chelsea back the ball in the final third, and Pedro digs out across, and Neto leaves Wan-Bissaka, and Neto finds the back of the net. Some slack work from West Ham there. Paqueta gave the ball away on the edge of his own penalty area, and then Wan-Bissaka has been left for dead by Neto there. He's fired it home, first time. And midway through the first half, it's West Ham 1, Chelsea 2. Paqueta, I think more out of embarrassment than anything else, is protesting to the referee here. Diouf fed Paqueta the ball, and his touch was heavy, and the Chelsea man nipped in. It was Chalobah actually who won the ball back in such a high position up the field. I don't think he did anything wrong, Chalobah. And João Pedro digs out the cross for Neto. He's got a goal and assist, João Pedro, justifying his inclusion in the Chelsea starting lineup. And, well, Hermansen had very little chance to stop that from Neto. Chalobah just got his body in between Paqueta and ball. Paqueta was then caught by Chalobah's boot, but there was no foul in there. And so it's Chelsea who have the lead. We've seen the ball hit the back of the net 4 times. West Ham having that goal disallowed by the video assistant referee. Graham Potter looked like a positive star, and Paqueta's gone from perhaps hero to zero. Scored a spectacular first goal for West Ham to open the scoring, but he'll have to shoulder at least some of the responsibility for that Chelsea goal. We've not got back underway because Gusto is receiving treatment for what appears to be a cut on his ankle. He's got his boot and his socks off, and Reece James, in fact, is warming up on the sideline. It does look like there's a cut on Gusto's left ankle. But it's been a lively Friday night in this London derby. West Ham 1, Chelsea 2. Gusto having his ankle now well wrapped up by the Chelsea medical staff. West Ham asking the question of how long it's taken for this to be resolved. There's clear blood on the back of Gusto's left sock. It looks a sore one. He's going to try and run it off, but perhaps keep an eye on that one. I would not be surprised if we see Gusto replaced at some point. Looks a sore one. And there's now a conversation happening between Neto and Bowen in the centre circle, and the referee's telling them to get on with it, and Bowen will kick us back underway from the centre spot. And Hermansen, who's conceded 5 goals now in 1.25 matches as West Ham's goalkeeper. Alphonse Areola on the bench might well stake a claim for a place, I should say, in the West Ham team if it carries on. Here's Wan-Bissaka on the right hand side. I think he might well be a target for the video review at West Ham's training ground over the weekend. He guilty of maybe letting Neto get away from him too easily for the second goal. And an evening that started so brightly for West Ham. Here's Bowen, plays a 1-2 with Fulkrug, but Cucurella gets in and plays it forward for Sanchez. We've not seen either goalkeeper make a save, really, as Neto opens a pass out towards Estevao, well intercepted by Aguero, but it comes to João Pedro. Well, chested it twice and then hit it on the volley. Well, he's already got a goal and an assist, and that would have been a spectacular addition had it gone anywhere near the goal. It was well over the bar. Chelsea playing it tight down the left-hand side. João Pedro dispossessed by Souček. And the ball back at the feet of Hermansen. Maybe we'll just have a little bit of quiet time in this match, as it's been pretty lively. 3 goals and 1 disallowed in the opening 28 minutes. Throw-in for West Ham inside their own half. Todibo made his move to West Ham permanent in the summer. Back to Hermansen, wearing the number 1 shirt for West Ham. Clips it long towards Fulkrug, but he's comfortably beaten in the air by Tosin. Fulkrug stayed down and he's holding his face, and the referee's gesturing for him to get up, and Fulkrug's not too happy. He's had a couple of well, he's more interested actually in shouting at the referee here than where the ball is on the pitch, Fulkrug. As well, Enzo and Caicedo stat padding somewhat there. They've just exchanged about 10 1-2s in the centre circle. Cucurella. Now Enzo Fernandez returns it back to the left fullback. Now Chalobah, who was a key component of that second Chelsea goal, winning the ball back high up the pitch. Cucurella chips it down the left channel for Neto, headed away by Wan-Bissaka, but João Pedro collects the loose ball. Plays it back to Cucurella, who in the end plays it all the way back for Sanchez, who's barely seen any of the game. Chelsea dominated possession. Sanchez under some pressure from Fulkrug, goes long towards Estevao, beaten in the air by Aguero. Now some space though for Enzo, who drives forward. João Pedro's making a good run through the middle. Enzo decides to go the other way to Estevao, and then a clearance from Kilman bounces off Souček. Would have gone out for a corner, but for the quick thinking of Hermansen, who sprints across and dives to prevent the ball going behind. Fulkrug. Just has to wait for that ball to reach him in the centre circle, but he lays it off for Aguerd, who comes down the left-hand side, lays it off for Diouf, who's being quiet. He's running into a bit of a cul-de-sac. Diouf lays it back off to Souček. Now Aguerd again. Poor ball in, easily cleared by Chalobah. And Delap will keep Kilman honest. Kilman goes back to Hermansen. Now Ward-Prowse with time to turn. Chalobah seems to be man-marking Paqueta, following him everywhere. Although he's playing at centre-half, Chalobah, you often find him, he was the second furthest player forward for Chelsea there, because he was following Paqueta, who has the ball now. Chalobah's left him momentarily. Here's Fulkrug. Wan-Bissaka has it now on the right-hand side. I think Graham Potter would have liked West Ham to have got the ball out to him a pass earlier there. It's Bowen, plays it back to Paqueta. There's lots of space for Diouf. Let Chelsea have just left him in space over there, and West Ham find him, and a nice run. Looked to have got him past Gusto, but it's Estevao gets back, and then the ball forward towards Diouf is seen out for a goal kick by Chalobah. He beat Gusto initially, and Estevao nipped the foot in, but it fell for Souček, who tried to slide Diouf in. But Chalobah was alert to the threat. Diouf arriving in the summer from Slavia Prague, from Czechia. Lost a few players, West Ham. Mohamed Kudus, of course, going to Spurs. The big exit, 55 million for him. And Danny Ings, Kurt Zouma, Lucas Fabianski, Aaron Cresswell, Vladimir Kufal, Mikel Antonio, and Luzeo had not made an appearance. West Ham all going out the exit door. And they're still perhaps waiting for some new additions. Still time left in the transfer window. Here's Delap, holds the ball up well and lays it off for Estevao, drives into the box. He's gone to the byline, pulls it back, and Enzo taps it in. Chelsea have a third. Delap held up the ball well, found Estevao, who decided to go to the byline and puts it on a plate for Enzo, a tap in. And it's just too easy for Chelsea. Hermansen beaten for the third time for the second successive match. West Ham 1, Chelsea 3. And lots to ponder for Graham Potter. Nice play between Delap and Estevao. Nice feet. Once again, Enzo getting him. You could criticise Wan-Bissaka again for maybe not getting the right side of his man in the box. Todibo didn't really seem to get back. They just didn't seem to sense the threat of Enzo, who had the goalmouth to himself, really, for a tapping into the empty net. 34 minutes gone. West Ham 1, Chelsea 3. Some frustrated faces in the London Stadium crowd. Stark contrast to 25 or so minutes ago when they were leading 1-0. Paquetá, excellent goal. They did, of course, score a second goal after Chelsea had equalised. But the VAR ruled it out correctly for offside, and we've not really seen much from West Ham in attacking sense since then. Chelsea have been clinical. scoring with 3 of their 4 shots on target. Saicedo tries to find Enzo, who just watched the ball run across him, and West Ham back in possession with Wan-Bissaka. Nice pass into the feet of Jared Bowen. Bowen beats Saicedo. Wan-Bissaka gives him an overlap. Bowen feeds it, might have overhit the pass. No, Wan-Bissaka gets to it. Neto with a real good, strong piece of defending. Barges Wan-Bissaka off the ball. It goes behind for a goal kick. I think Bowen asked a lot of Wan-Bissaka, who then was stretching to keep it in, and that just meant he was off balance slightly when Neto barged into him. Nothing wrong with the challenge. Saicedo in the centre circle, plays it forward for Estevao, gets a toe on it, goes straight to Souček. Fulkrug plays it back to Hermansen, the goalkeeper. Now Todibo. Wan-Bissaka. To Bowen, plays a nice 1-2 with Wan-Bissaka, who's now got space to stride into. He's only got Fulkrug ahead of him at the moment. Chelsea scampering back. Wan-Bissaka plays it in early for Fulkrug, who gets a touch to it, might fall for Paqueta. Tries a spectacular overhead kick from the edge of the box, because that was really all he could muster. His first touch had sent the ball behind him. He was never going to get enough power onto it from there. A simple catch for Robert Sanchez, but just signs that Bowen dropping a little bit deeper to get on the ball. Ball goes out on the halfway line for a Chelsea throw-in. West Ham playing the Carabao Cup on Tuesday night against Wolves. And then they've got Nottingham Forest away in their next Premier League fixture. Then 2 home games against Spurs and Crystal Palace. As Delap runs into the right channel, tries to bring the ball down, and Aguerd actually does well, plays it off Delap for a goal kick. Not a great deal of involvement, Delap, but he held up the ball and laid it off for Estevao to set up that 3rd goal. Fulkrug heads the ball on, well read by Saicedo. Cucurella decides to empty under pressure, and Delap barged over by Kilman for a free kick. I think Cucurella wanted a free kick himself too. Just maybe caught late by Fulkrug, who himself's been a bit frustrated with some of the treatment he's had. Chelsea get on with it quickly. Chalobah been excellent for Chelsea. Cucurella, that's a toss in. Last 5 minutes of the first half. West Ham 1, Chelsea 3 at the London Stadium. Match day 2 of the new Premier League season. Tossing into Estevao. Again, tries that flick round the corner and coughs up possession. Paqueta. Oh, passes it behind Fulkrug. Well read by Todibo, but Enzo keeps hold of possession for Chelsea, and it might open up for them now with Caicedo. João Pedro now to Estevao, facing the goal. Plays it right to Gusto, showing no ill effects of that ankle knock he picked up earlier, Gusto. It's Pedro Neto. Plays it off Wan-Bissaka for a Chelsea throw-in. Here is Caicedo, plays it across to Cucurella. Chelsea just happy to monopolise possession as we near half time. Chelsea haven't missed Cole Palmer, despite his late withdrawal from the team. Thomas Tuchel, the on-looking England manager, won't get to see one of his brightest attacking prospects. Chelsea have managed to score 3 goals and a half without him. As Aguero brings the ball forward for West Ham, earns a free kick. Hermansen with the ball at his feet on the edge of his penalty area. He goes long, looking for Diouf. Gusto heads it out for a throw-in. West Ham have got Callum Wilson on the bench if they want to mix things up, but other than that, a lot of inexperience on that bench for them. Not much in the way of attacking options. There's Bowen on the left hand side of the on the right hand side of the penalty area, cuts in onto his left foot, well blocked by Cucurella, and then it's held up by Neto for surely for a West Ham throw-in. I'm not sure what Neto was thinking there. Here's Todibo, clips it in looking for Bowen, but Caicedo will watch that out for a goal kick. They have got the Brazilian Luis Guilherme dos Santos, the 19-year-old, who is currently sidelined with a broken collarbone. Crescencio Somerville is out with a hamstring injury for West Ham at the moment, but besides that, they've not got an awful lot in reserve. The subs today include Andy Irvine, Freddie Potts, Callum Marshall. Barely any appearances between them. Marshall just a solitary FA Cup appearance for West Ham under his belt. We've got 6 minutes of added on time at the end of this first half. West Ham 1, Chelsea 3. West Ham come forward now with Wan-Bissaka, who's got space on the right. His first touch is heavy though, and Cucurella nips it. Comes back to Ward-Prowse. Can West Ham breathe some life into their... Well, Caicedo's being penalised for a foul on Wan-Bissaka. I think that was a bit harsh. Looked like he'd got the ball there. Saicedo just caught Wan-Bissaka cold, but give West Ham the chance maybe to get the ball into the box. Aguerd's making his way up from the back. Souček as well. I think Chelsea are going to position their defensive line right on the edge of the penalty area. Maybe a yard or two up of that, upwards of that. At the moment, James Ward-Prowse protesting that Estevao isn't 10 yards back, but he looks it to the naked eye. Diouf dummies the free kick. Ward-Prowse curls in. Bowen snuck around the back post. That's a good defensive header by João Pedro. Now Neto, too strong for Paqueta, and he'll stride away, and he releases Estevao down the right channel. He's been forced wide, Estevao. Diouf gets back at him. That's good defending by El Hadji Diouf, and he's also won a throw-in for the Hammers. Throws it in quickly for Paqueta. He'll lump it long towards Fulkrug, who appeared to be brought down by Cucurella there. And in fact, the referee, I think, decided that both Fulkrug and Cucurella were fouling each other. Fulkrug stayed down. The ball, in fact, has now been put out for a throw-in to enable Fulkrug to get some attention. Paqueta just lumped the ball forward. Fulkrug and Cucurella sort of wrestled each other to the ground. And then Fulkrug was caught by tossing. He's been in the wars, Fulkrug, but he's made sure the referee's known about it anyway. Did have the ball in the back of the net. In the first half, ruled out for offside against Todibo, which would have made it 2-1 to West Ham at the time. But as it stands there, 3-1 down. Souček gets in ahead of Estevao, plays the ball back to Hermansen. We're just approaching the third, well, we've nearly completed the third minute of the 6 added on at the end of this first half at the London Stadium. Paqueta between the lines. Plays it left to Souček. Now to Diouf. Plays it back to Aguerd. He switches the ball looking for Wan-Bissaka, who plays it across first time looking for Bowen. It flicks up off Bowen. He's tried to hook it goalwards, but was never going to get any power on it. He'd got in front of Saicedo. A bit like that one with Paqueta a bit earlier on, where like half an opportunity for the home side, and in the end resulted in an easy gather for the goalkeeper. Now Gusto really would kill the game if Chelsea could find a fourth before half-time. Tossing to Cucurella. I think Chelsea are going to be happy with what they've got so far. Chalobah. Cucurella. Saicedo plays out left to Enzo Fernandez, one of the goal scorers. Saicedo caught late by Ward-Prowse, who apologises. Saicedo rolling around on the floor. Felt that from Ward-Prowse. Stood on his right toe. Hobbles away from it. Saicedo, former Brighton man. In the final minute of the injury time, Enzo Fernandez plays it back to Saicedo. Now tossing. Enzo Fernandez making sure Saicedo shrugs off that ankle or that foot knock quickly. Now Chalobah. Can Chelsea create a final chance of the first half? Gusto plays it back to Chalobah. Looks like they're just going to keep the ball, Chelsea, and I'm sure that'll be the name of the game in the second half. Tossing goes long through the middle, looking for the run forward of Gusto, and in the end it was good defending from Aguero, who got back to see it out for a corner. And I think Chelsea will have enough time to swing this in. It was a nice move, nice run forward from Gusto. He just grimaces a little bit. He's got that cut on his left ankle to worry about. Enzo Fernandez, they've scored one off a corner already, Chelsea. And Enzo Fernandez with an in-swing with his right foot. This will surely be the last action of the first half. Swings in the corner, headed out at the front post. And there goes the half-time whistle. An eventful first half at the London Stadium. West Ham took the lead with a cracking strike from Lucas Paqueta from 25 yards out, left-footed. Swerve past Robert Sanchez to give West Ham a 6th-minute lead. But Chelsea hit back with 3 goals. João Pedro headed home from a corner after Cucurella had flicked it on at the front post. And then Pedro Neto got goal side of Aaron Wan-Bissaka to hit home first time from a João Pedro cross. And then the third came when Estevao was released in space in the box. He played it right across the goal mouth to Enzo Fernandez for a tap-in. West Ham did have a second goal disallowed for Nicholas Fulkrug at 1-1, rightly chalked off by VAR for offside. But they've got plenty of work to do, have the home side. The half-time score at the London Stadium, West Ham 1, Chelsea 3. And the other change is a Premier League debut for Freddie Potts, who will replace Tadibo. Potts, the son of Steve Potts, who played for West Ham in the 90s. He spent last season on loan at Portsmouth, made 37 appearances in the Championship, and will get his chance to show what he can do in a West Ham shirt in the Premier League for the first time. He did play for West Ham in the UEFA Conference League in that victorious season for the Hammers. And he was an EFL trophy finalist with Wycombe Wanderers while on loan there in 2024. We're back underway. And that has, well, of course, prompt a change of shape for West Ham. I think looks like Wilson through the middle, Paqueta's come out to the left-hand side, Bowen on the right, and Potts in a midfield with Ward-Prowse and Souček. Juve dropping back to be a bit more of a traditional left full-back. Potts finds Juve. Now Paqueta, who gives the ball away, but Potts nips in and wins the ball back. Here's Paqueta, now Juve surges forward, blocked by Chalobah, who's looked extremely composed and assured at the back for Chelsea. We'll have a stoppage here because Juve stayed down. Gusto will put the ball out for a West Ham throw-in. West Ham staring at back-to-back defeats at the start of a Premier League season for the 9th time, which would level the record with Southampton. 22-23, the last time West Ham did it. Juve fine to continue. So Souček clips the ball forward looking for Paqueta, but that'll sail out for a throw-in. Chalobah plays the ball back to Sanchez. Sanchez goes long. Bounces awkwardly for Wan-Bissaka. He hooks it over his head and out for a throw-in. Cucurella throws down the line. Space for Enzo Fernandez. He pokes it through, looking for Delap, but well covered by Kilman. %65% possession for Chelsea in the match. But West Ham have seen a bit more of the ball at the start of the second half as Wilson tries to put Tosin under some pressure. It's cleared away by Cucurella. Potts wins a header in midfield but can only find Delap, and now Enzo Fernandez will settle back in possession for Chelsea. Uses Cucurella as a decoy to ease off Ward-Prowse. And we'll recycle possession with Tosin and Chalobah. Now Estevao, time to turn. Now Gusto, forced back by Diouf, and they go all the way back to Robert Sanchez in the Chelsea goal. Now Enzo Fernandez between the lines for Chelsea. Plays it out left for Neto. Estevao and Delap are in the box. He pulls it back for Enzo Fernandez. Flashes a shot over the bar. That was a good chance for Chelsea. Nice play from Enzo to find Neto. And it was the right ball as well. Pulled back into the path of Enzo Fernandez. But he couldn't keep his shot down. Could have been a second goal for the Chelsea midfielder. Side-footed it over the crossbar. Here come Chelsea again with João Pedro. He's got Neto to his left in lots of space. Pedro has maybe killed the momentum of that move. In the end, goes back to Cucurella. Should have found the pass to Neto, I think, who'd made a good overlapping run and then tossing with a poor pass. Concedes a throw-in near the corner flag. Wan-Bissaka throws up the line towards Wilson, who's not really had a touch of the ball as yet. Tosin hooks the ball away. Bowen tries to get it out the air, but Saicedo beats him to it. Estevao almost shows a bit too much of the ball to Paqueta, and Gusto plays it out for a throw-in. Now Fernandez brings the ball forward to Neto on the left-hand side. Cucurella's up with him. He'll run at Wan-Bissaka, will Neto. Slides it down to Cucurella, who's in plenty of space to pick out a pass here from the left-hand side of the penalty area. Plays it right against Kilman for a Chelsea corner. But Chelsea just getting in behind Wan-Bissaka a bit too easily on that left-hand side. Fourth corner of the evening for Chelsea. Scored off one in the first half. Enzo Fernandez again will take. In Swinger, in it comes again. Hermansen flaps at it, and Saicedo 4-1. Poor goalkeeping from Hermansen, and Saicedo just wafted a right foot at it and diverts it home off the underside of the crossbar. And it's been a disastrous start to his West Ham career for Mads Hermansen. Conceded 3 on his debut at Sunderland. He's conceded 4 on his home debut, and he was at fault for that goal. And fans start to stream out of the London Stadium. Hermansen under no real pressure either. There was no Chelsea players really in his vicinity. He was trying to get over his own men. Just flapped at the ball straight to Caicedo. He finishes off the underside of the bar. And it's turning into a miserable Friday evening for West Ham. Caicedo's only his third Premier League goal for Chelsea. The Ecuadorian. And they've shrugged off the early blow of losing Cole Palmer in the warm-up. It's not the first time West Ham have conceded 7 goals in their opening 2 games in the Premier League in a Premier League season. In 2017 they did the same. But the worrying thing for them is there's still 34.5 minutes left of this match. Here's Potts, one of the half-time substitutes, plays in for Souček, lets it run looking for Bowen, but Bowen was perhaps on a different page to him there. Now Paqueta. Chelsea stream forward again with Delap. He's got Neto to his left. And Neto caught on his heels a little bit. The ball forced him wide, but still the attack is open. Estevao and João Pedro in the box. Kilman is standing up Neto. Neto plays it in low, but it's cleared by Souček. And again, promising opportunity, maybe not going how they would have liked. Here is Estevao, all poked away by Juve. Neto will take this corner then for Chelsea. Left-footed in-swinger. Hermansen again, flapping under it, and João Pedro heads it goalwards. It's 5-1. It's Chalobah. And this is turning into a right roll mess for West Ham United. Hermansen again flaps the corner. It bounced around the box a little bit, and then Chalobah diverts it home. And those Chelsea fans in dreamland in this London derby, 5 goals away from home. Chalobah's only his 5th in the Premier League, his first since the 23-24 season for Chelsea. Of course, played for Crystal Palace on loan last season, but again, Neto. This time Delap was perhaps impeding the goalkeeper a little bit, but even still, it bounced back to Chalobah in the goal in the 6-yard box, and he fired it home with Hermansen scampering around back onto his feet. We're not even at the hour mark, and it's West Ham 1, Chelsea 5. Chelsea did score 5 against West Ham the season before last, albeit at home. flagged offside. He was coming back from an offside position. So 5 goals, 5 different goal scorers. West Ham have just taken a free kick for offside inside the Chelsea half. There's Potts, a tough Premier League debut for him to come off the bench, albeit it's not his fault, the 5-1 down. And it's Paqueta who opened the goal scoring after just 6 minutes. The game has gone a lot different to how West Ham might have thought when that sailed in early doors. Here's Callum Wilson. Good footing on the edge of the box by Tosin. Thought maybe Paqueta might have had a shot, but left it for Wilson. And now Neto will stride away down the left-hand side. Chelsea look hungry for more goals. Potts comes across. João Pedro, Delap and Estevao in the box. The ball comes in from Neto, not towards anyone in particular. It comes out to Fernandez, who hits it on the volley from the edge of the box, and it's very, very high. I think maybe 3 goals on top of each other would not have caught that ball. And Chelsea going to make their first change. Liam Delap is going to come off. His first start since his big summer move. And coming on for him is Andre Santos. A nice time to come on for his second Chelsea appearance in the Premier League. 5-1 up. You can have a bit of fun, perhaps. The Brazil international was on loan at Strasbourg in French Ligue 1 last season. Chalobah kicks the ball away from Paqueta, who stays down. Tosin wins the header above Wilson, who might well earn his side a corner. He does. Will be held up, though, while Paqueta receives some treatment. Looks a little worse for wear, Paqueta. He did catch one accidentally from Chalobah in the lead up to one of the first half goals. Still receiving some treatment, Lucas Paqueta. Scorer of West Ham's goal. Chelsea have scored 5 since, and a romp into a big away victory here. Paqueta will be forced off. So we won't take part in this corner, which James Ward-Prowse has come over to take. And it comes. Good delivery from Ward-Prowse towards the back post, and Souček, who is there. It's another West Ham corner from the other side. Ball comes in, headed out by Chalobah. Now Bowen gets the ball ahead of Cucurella. Still men up in the box for West Ham, and Bowen backs Cucurella into the area. Wilson heads wide. Decent chance for Callum Wilson. Bowen stood it up to the back post, but the former Newcastle United frontman couldn't steer it goalwards. Bowen did really well, one-on-one on Cucurella, backed him into the box and got to the byline. Stood up for Wilson, who got above Enzo Fernandez, but headed maybe a yard or two wide of Sanchez's right-hand post. Here is Enzo Fernandez on the left touchline for Chelsea. Plays it into Pedro Neto. Cucurella back to Tosin. West Ham 1, Chelsea 5. Sanchez goes long looking for Estevao, but that's gone, sailed out over the touchline. One of the West Ham coaching staff have picked up a yellow card. Bruno, not sure what that was for. I presume dissent. Here's Enzo Fernandez, plays it back to Neto, and Gusto over from the right hand side, gone looking for some action, lays the ball back off, and now first touch for Santos, plays it to Esteveros, hugging the right touchline. Now here's Gusto again, curls in a cross, cleared by Aguerd. Now Wilson holds the ball up, keeps it away from Estevao. Now Bowen on the right hand side. West Ham players desperately trying to get up with Bowen, who'll cut onto his left foot, tries to find space for a shot, well blocked by Cucurella, who on the floor stabs the ball away for a throw-in. Now Souček on the right side of the penalty area, pulls it back looking for Bowen. Blocked by Andre Santos, back to Souček, crossed in towards Wilson. It comes out for Potts, and well, he nearly got a goal on his Premier League debut. It was cleared out to him. I think there's a flag up on the far side, but Sanchez got across. Yeah, Souček had just gone a bit early. And play went on, and Souček's cross was cleared to Potts, who struck it on the volley, hit it into the ground, and Sanchez tipped it over the bar, but it won't be a corner because the flag has since gone up. Another change for Chelsea, another couple of changes. In fact, 3 changes. Cucurella, Chalobah and Gusto have been replaced by Wesley Fofana, Reece James and Jorel Hato. West Ham are making a change as well. Souček has made his way off, and Kyle Walker-Peters has come on, signed from Southampton on a free transfer. Initially had agreed to go to Besiktas, Kyle Walker-Peters, in the summer, but has wound up remaining in the Premier League with West Ham. Here is Paqueta. Nice roll around Saicedo. Plays it in for Wilson. Nice touch from Callum Wilson. Callum Wilson, can he find space for a shot? Plays it to Kyle Walker-Peters. It's cleared off the line. Maybe Wilson should have shot. He just couldn't quite find enough room to pull the trigger. They did well to open Chelsea up there, West Ham. They just couldn't come away with a goal. Here's Potts to Bowen. Bowen shows good strength, gets to the ball and good foot in from Saicedo. Corner for West Ham, but the 5-1 down, but they're still trying. West Ham, it was a nice ball in by Paqueta, and Wilson turned away from tossing. He didn't give up on it. I think maybe Wilson should have pulled the trigger, but Walker-Peters' pullback cleared off the line by Saicedo. In comes the corner towards Aguerd. It's headed up in the air. Potts keeps it alive. Headed a bit further out by Saicedo. Kyle Walker-Peters getting involved early doors after coming off the bench. Plays it to Paqueta. He clips a ball in, looking for Wilson. It's hooked away by Fofana, somewhat unconvincingly, but there's a offside flag up against Callum Wilson. Enzo Maresca just making his way back to the edge of his technical area. He made them changes, but he won't want Chelsea to get sloppy at the back. Still got 18.5 minutes to go, but it's West Ham 1, Chelsea 5. West Ham led 1-0 after 6 minutes. Lucas Paqueta. Chelsea, 2 goals off corners in the second half. I've really turned this into a rout. Now Wilson again, might have been offside, but Reece James picks it up and plays it back to Sanchez. Now Saicedo clips it forward, but Neto was retreating from an offside position. It'll go all the way through to Mads Hermansen, who has got the second worst record of clean sheets in goalkeepers to have played 20 or more times in the Premier League. He's kept just 1 clean sheet in 29 appearances in the top flight. As Estevao robs Potts in midfield, and now here's Andres Santos. Plays it early, but it's far too high and hard for João Pedro to get on the end of. Here's Wilson holding the ball up, plays it out to Kyle Walker-Peters, into Jared Bowen. Not much in front of Bowen. Plays it back out toward Prowse, who clips a ball in, trying to find the runner. Wilson. Sanchez well alert to it, catches it almost on his penalty spot. Heading towards the last 15 minutes. West Ham 1, Chelsea 5. foul by Wan-Bissaka on Neto, perhaps there. Referee's played on. Neto, in fact, got up and got the ball. Is Fofana. Nice tight play in the centre circle by Chelsea, and the ball is released to Neto on the left-hand side. He's not stopped running. He contemplates what to do. He's in the box, and in the end, it just took a bit too long. Enzo was waiting for the pullback. Now Kyle Walker-Peters bringing it out from the back. He's brought down. Gittins is on off the bench for Chelsea now. Started the opening game against Crystal Palace. He comes on to replace Estevao, who was a late call-up for Chelsea, of course. That injury to Cole Palmer in the warm-up. It's not impacted them. Here's Reece James, another one of the Chelsea substitutes. He clips a diagonal ball forward, looking for the run of Enzo. Wan-Bissaka glances the ball away, falls for Saicedo. Now Reece James out to Neto, who swapped to the right-hand side, backing up Diouf. Treads on the ball, Neto, and that just invites Diouf in, but Neto showed good strength at times in this game. Retains possession. Now Enzo back to Reece James, Saicedo. Both Chelsea's deep line midfielders have scored. Enzo and Saicedo. João Pedro in the goals as well. And Pedro Neto. And then, of course, Trevor Chalobah. Have they got more in them? Gittins to Enzo. Chelsea just starting to monopolise possession once again. We expected that to be the pattern of the game anyway, and so it proved. %59% possession now, Chelsea. At one point in the first half it was as high as 73%. But it's a sobering night for West Ham. Here's Andre Santos. Still potential for it to get worse for the Hammers. Here's Pedro Neto, who's been as lively as anyone for Chelsea. Now Gittins. Run inside made by Hato, one of the substitutes, but Chelsea go back for Fofana. Reece James. He's shrugged off the ball by Paqueta. Referee says illegally, and it'll be a free kick. Well, I think if you offered both teams the chance to come off now, maybe they would. Almost playing at a walking pace this game. Chelsea happy just to stroke the ball around. West Ham not really got the energy or the wherewithal to get it back off them. Neto plays it first time around the corner, looking for the run of João Pedro, covered by Kilman. He might have put Wan-Bissaka under a bit of pressure here. Wan-Bissaka, though, keeps his cool, keeps it away from Gittins and plays it out to Kyle Walker-Peters. He slides it down the right touchline for Bowen. Toss in, and Hato are across there, and Bowen manages to win a corner off them. I'm sure he'll be hurting as much as anyone, Jared Bowen, the West Ham skipper. Ullman headed over by Aguerd. Tossing, just stretching a little bit of cramp out of his legs in the penalty area. Just got one Premier League fixture before the international break, West Ham, so the next week could be critical for Graham Potter. EFL Cup against Wolves on Tuesday, and then that trip to Nottingham Forest a week on Sunday before the first international break of the season. But you sense maybe their activity in the transfer window is going to be just as important as getting the results too. Enzo Fernandez is a mile offside and is flagged so. Here's Neto coming down the right hand side for Chelsea. Juve gets a foot in, but foul flagged by the linesman. Caicedo as Chelsea get things back underway after that foul on Neto. Toss in, plays it to the left to Heto. Now Gittins. A sharp turn by João Pedro. He's played it off, well, he thought he'd played it off Potts, but it's come back off Pedro for a West Ham throw. Potts tries to take two Chelsea players out of the game by finding Walker-Peters, but Pedro gets back. Wins the ball back for Chelsea. 6 minutes of the 90 to go. West Ham 1, Chelsea 5. It's going to be the first time Chelsea have won 4 consecutive Premier League games against West Ham in 17 years. 2008, last time they managed that. They've scored 15 goals in them 4 games now, conceding just 2. Certainly got the hoodoo over their London neighbours. Kilman clips the ball forward for Diouf. Now to Paqueta, back to Diouf. Paqueta wants it back in the channel, he'll get it, but Fofana straight up on him. Paqueta shrugged off it by Neto, who showed great strength at times in this match. Here's Diouf again. Can West Ham find a final flourish to just give those remaining fans something to cheer about? Maybe half the crowd have left already. Bowen goes on the outside of his man. He's into the box. Jared Bowen stays on his feet. Tossing. Blocks in behind for a Another West Ham corner. It's the 6th corner they've had, the Hammers. Ward-Prowse again will go over for an outswinger from the right-hand side. Aguerd gets up, almost a carbon copy of the last one, and again Aguerd's header well over the crossbar. Sanchez goes long. Aguerd, bit of a lazy leg out for it, forces him to come back. Hermansen will be put under pressure from João Pedro. Hermansen, his clearance, headed back by Reece James. Now Andre Santos will get to the loose ball. Have Chelsea got a 6th goal in them? Paqueta plays it to Potts, who'll have some space to drive into. Enzo Fernandez brings him down, and then Bowen is also brought down, and there's a free kick. Is the referee going to get the yellow card out here? Yes, he is, Enzo. But I think that's the first yellow card we've seen, actually. We've gone 87 minutes. And our first yellow card of the evening will be for Enzo Fernandez. Just clipped the ankle of Freddie Potts. His dad Steve finished with 399 league appearances for the Hammers. As Ward-Prowse is brought down on the edge of the box by Fofana. Freddie's brother Dan also played for West Ham. Handful of appearances. 10 or so years ago. Free kick then. 22 yards out maybe for Ward-Prowse, just to the right of centre. It's certainly in his range. Good set piece taker. James Ward-Prowse, of course, made his name primarily at Southampton. Chelsea did concede a goal from a free kick against Palace that was chalked off. The wall does its job on that occasion, deflects Ward-Prowse's effort over the crossbar. Did spend some time on loan at Nottingham Forest last season. West Ham, but when Graham Potter arrived at the Hammers, he was soon recalled. Here he comes again, Ward-Prowse with a corner, and, well, Kilman got up with a header this time, but didn't get a clean contact on it, headed it into the ground and wide. A good opportunity for Max Kilman. Estevao has been named the player of the match. His first start. Here is Andre Santos. 3 minutes added on at the end of the 90. Can Chelsea find a 6th goal? Pedro Neto cuts in onto his left foot, shoots, well blocked by Aguerd. It'll come out to Gittins. Gittins clips in a ball towards Neto at the back post. He heads it against Aguerd for a corner. Appeals for a handball from Chelsea. I think even if it did hit Aguerd's hand, it will have been at far too close a range for him to be penalised. Yeah, it did come off his arm, but I don't think anyone's going to give a penalty for that. They'll get a corner though, Chelsea. And they've got 3 goals off corners in this match. Can they find a 4th? Neto goes over to take, left foot in swinger. And it comes towards an near post, well headed out by Potts. Now Neto. Enzo, space to shape a cross towards Andre Santos, but Hermansen comes out. Now Neto streaks down the right-hand side. This might be the last attack of the match. He's barged off it by Aguerd. Fairly, says the referee, and that might be it. So Chelsea fell behind after 6 minutes to a fine goal from Lucas Paqueta. 25-yarder swerve past Robert Sanchez. The final whistle sounds, but Chelsea turned it around, and in some style as well. João Pedro headed home the equaliser on 15 minutes after Cucurella's flick on from a corner. Pedro Neto got on the end of a Pedro cross to make it 2-1. Enzo Fernandez tapped in after good work by Estevao before half-time, and that was 3-1. And 2 goals in 4 minutes in the second half, both off mistakes, really, off corners by the goalkeeper, Mads Hermansen. He spilled one into the path of Saicedo, who hit one in off the underside of the bar. That was 4-1, and then Chalobah, again after the goalkeeper flapped at an in-swinging corner, made it 5. Chelsea could have maybe had more. But for West Ham, 8 goals conceded in their opening 2 games. Lots to ponder for Graham Potter and perhaps for the West Ham owners. Final score at the London Stadium: West Ham 1,